softly that I might see you again. Hold me down and watch the water rise. Pull me out and bring me back into this life. 'Cause I'm ready for a forest fire, forest fire. I'm needing a forest fire, forest fire. Mountain lines in the distant view, clouds of smoke and all the sky has turned from blue. It's passing down, it's so west to say. Houses on the hills to evacuate. 'Cause I'm ready for a forest fire, a forest fire. I need a forest fire, forest fire. I'm walking a forest fire, forest fire. Just to hear the rain whisper softly that I might see you again.
Guardaré tu brillo en mi querer, contigo amanecer,
10 minutes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take so long to get here. Let me see. Chatting. Hi. Today's music is different. Don't look at that. Shout out to Kamide and Totomori. Shout out to them, but we're not listening to them today. We are listening to a mix of people. I need to turn this down. No, turn down. Okay, thank you. Okay. It's quiet. This is a playlist called Gentle Acoustics and Instruments for Spring, with a little like sakura flower and emoji in there. I know we started off with either Found a Place or I'll take a picture of the set list because this is it's kind of some of them I'm having a hard time. It's morning. I should read them out loud, but I don't want to make a fool of myself. Not today. Actually, we're probably already going to be doing this. Sorry, I'm setting it up. I need to clear out my screenshots folder. This is ridiculous. Hello. Where's today's screenshot? The one I literally just took. I know I just took it. It's in here. Give me the one from just now. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I need to clear out my screenshots folder. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Okay. Here is all of the music in the playlist. And we will be listening to a different playlist while we work. In the meantime, hi. I guess how are we doing today? I hope we're doing okay. I'm doing okay. I'm not used to. I've come to terms with the fact that I'm better off trying to get my work done during a different time of the day. When it comes to the Godot tutorial specifically, when I'm working through that, I'm better off trying to do it a bit. Oh, okay, not this one. Okay, sorry, I got confused. Oh, I'm still confused. What's going on? Oh, I got it. Okay, I'm no longer confused. I'm better off trying to do it in the afternoon, which is around the time that my brother gets home, and that's when there's a lot more background noise than there was previously. So I want to avoid streaming around that time, and in this stream, hopefully, and in definitely the last stream, I was way better. Not just the last stream. The previous two streams, I think I was so much better when it came to my timing. And just anticipating when would be a good time to stop stream. Yeah, I've been on it for real. But yeah, I usually, I don't know, I usually end up doing this later in the day, but since I didn't really anticipate being able to stream this week, I was like, well, I still want to, cause I have the time. I have the time, and all I do on stream is work anyways. Like the playing Pathologic is like work to me. If you've watched me play there, I mean, I'm playing the game, but I'm also in my head, I'm like trying to learn from it and study it so that I can like make something that is that might accomplish the same things, or I'm trying to think about what are things that I could end up doing just because I think it's cool that aren't really necessary. Like I'm in my head, I'm trying to think about all of this stuff, and I may not vocalize it. I think I don't vocalize it as much as I'm thinking about it. And sometimes those thoughts don't pop up until after the stream, or until like later on in the stream. So I don't know. Yeah, all I do is work on stream technically. So, and the last time we did some Godot tutorial stuff, I quite enjoyed it actually. So I thought it wouldn't hurt. It would not hurt to do it again. I just need to be really careful about my time because I ate breakfast, I have not eaten lunch, and I do not want to skip lunch today because I'm working on this. Sometimes I can get really absorbed. The goal is, so the video is 10 hours long, 10 hours and some change. And the goal is to go from the 4 hour and 17 minute mark to the 5 hour mark. That is our goal today. It took me like an hour, not an hour, more than an hour, probably like 2 hours to just get to from the 4 hour mark to 4:17. So we'll see how it goes. We will see. I already set everything up ahead of time. Right now, I'm just looking for a playlist that will give us the energy that we need in order to get this work done. I'm very, very, very tempted to just put on like a my mix and listen to some like energetic music. I'm so tempted. And honestly, we might be doing that today. It just, I don't know which one. Because I think my mix is kind of mixed up. Because it's got like, I think it's got songs in there that I don't necessarily listen to as much. I don't know. I should just pick a random number. What do we want to listen to? I think I do have to be mindful. I should put on one of my work playlists. I don't know who I'm fooling. Cause I literally have playlists for this. Also, recently I have started using I started browsing through Dova Syndrome, which is a website that has some what's it called? Okay, we can do Persona 5 music. That's probably for the better. Okay. I started going through Dova syndrome. I'm gonna move on to the thing. Do 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 do. Okay. I started looking through Dova syndrome. For what's it called? What is it called? What is it called? Echo, sorry. I'm trying to pull up the chat so I can see it. Should be fine. We'll be fine. We're fine. Okay. So wait, Dova syndrome has copyright-free music for like streamers and stuff to use. I started scrolling through that to find some music that I can use as well. For like, you know, background music and stuff. I haven't filled out my playlist yet, but we're on our way. We are on our way to having some copyright-free music. Not that I really mind. I'll probably, for me, for now, it will probably be a mix. I think for like working streams, it's nice to have like just music. Like it needs to be music that helps me focus. You know? Like it has to be music that helps me focus. Why is my media source so loud? Can I turn it down? I think my media source is supposed to be this loud. I think it's still louder than the music. So, we're good. We're good. I feel like I need to change the browser audio too. But I could always, like I can turn it down. I have ways to adjust it on my end as well. I'm sorry, I'm so distracted. I got so many things going on in my head. So many things going on this week. Not so many things. It's just like really important things. Was that me? Steam. What is that? Let me... I heard a Steam notification. I'm trying to figure out what it is. Media source, display capture. Okay. Let me see if it pops up. No, it doesn't. Not on Godot. What did I get a Steam notification for? What do you people want from me? Oh well. I'll just mind my business. Okay. I'm ready. I need to do work. It's time to work. Also, I finally learned how to crop. I learned how to crop things so you can't see the whole browser. Yay! I should have looked it up in the first place, but I didn't feel like it. Before we start the video, let me go over where we are so far. Put a lot of comments. So we're making a pool game. As per the tutorial. By tutemic is how I pronounce it. And I should actually just run it. Good thing I'm capturing the display. So we can move around, like we can move the camera left and right. We can move the Q stick back and forth. I can capture the cursor so that you wouldn't be able to see it, but then that would make it harder for me to exit the program, so I'm not doing that. We can also shoot the ball. And I don't think it didn't really like bounce and stuff before. We changed the settings for the physics so that the ball would bounce off of the walls and also lose its momentum over time, and just a way to control how much or how quickly it loses its momentum. It's still able, I'm still able to shoot it even when I'm not supposed to, but we'll fix that. But if I move my cursor all the way here, it's a really light tap. And if I move my cursor all the way back here, it's a really heavy tap, or it's a really like heavy shot. So we have the ability to change and adjust the shot power based off of you know, what we're trying to do. I think the reason why it bounces off the walls now is because we have these collision shapes that we added. Let me see. Can I change my view? Transform top or perspective. Thank you. Okay, so we have these collision shapes that we put on the thingies. And I think there was a little thing, like something that we changed in the settings for the ball, which you can't see because it's behind the window capture. This one. Okay. So we changed some of the settings on here. Friction is the same. Friction is at max. But I think we upped the bounce. Yeah. So we went from 0 to 9. And we changed the damp probably from 0 to 1.5. So I think before, when damp was on 0, it was the ball basically would not stop moving. So upping the dampening a little bit causes it to lose momentum at a certain rate. And something that we not an issue, but I guess a bug that we ran into was that the ball would clip through these walls. And there were two ways to fix this. Number one was to turn on like continuous collision detection, which I actually didn't do that. Like, I didn't even touch the setting, so I don't know where it is. I would assume it might be on the ball rather than constant forces, axis lock, disable mode. Oh, collision priority? No. Disable mode. So it might be on the walls, honestly. Collision priority 1. I have no idea. I have literally no idea, but if I need it, then I can turn it on. I can just look for it and turn it on. So the thing with the continuous collision detection is that in the video, when he was moving, like when he was shooting the ball like really hard, he had it at 15. I have it at 3. So if I change it to 15, it will probably do the same thing. So we'll do that. 15. Okay, so if I shoot it 15, then it just flies. It goes flying. Cause it's clipping through the collision shapes. 5 is fine. I think for 5, it clipped through some of them too. Oh, I didn't shoot as hard as I could. Okay, 5 is fine, but I have it at 3. 3 seems better for me. But anyways, when he set it to 15, it was flying around. Not flying around, it completely like clipped through the collision shapes. And there were 2 ways to fix this. Number 1 was to change it so that it was continuous collision detection, which I believe that tries to predict where the physics object is going to go and then catches it before it does, but it completely kills the momentum of the ball. So like the second that it hits the wall, after like trying to shoot a hole through it, the second that it hit the wall, it wouldn't bounce anymore. It was like being caught by a net rather than hitting a wall that you're supposed to bounce off of, which wasn't working. It not working for the pool game. The other one was to change the physics steps, like change the amount of physics steps, but that makes the game heavier on your processor, which might not be good depending on the devices, or it might not be necessary depending on the game that you're making. Since this is a physics-based game, it might be a little bit more necessary, but for other games it might not be so necessary. So I think that's the progress that I made yesterday, because I was working on this yesterday, and then there was more progress made since the last one. I'm just doing this like it helps me to be able to go through it, so I'm not explaining it to like explain it. I'm just explaining it so that I know what's going on. I'll drink some tea. So one of the reasons it took me so long to start stream is because I was, well, not just because I was making tea. I was doing my vocal exercises or warm-ups. I was doing a vocal warm-up, and then I was like, ooh, I should probably make tea too. And I was supposed to just like start it and then come back to it while I was streaming, but I ended up not doing that. Let's see. Tutemic tutorial. I need to bring back my... There it is. Okay. And then in terms of the script, where we are so far, at the start of the program's runtime, that's when we have the mouse captured. But right now, that's just commented out so that it doesn't do that. Every frame we are checking for a function called handle shot input, which is just right here. And then we are also changing the direction that we are facing. Every frame we are checking to see where we are facing. Aim container position, cube up. Yeah. Okay. Oh wait, no. I got it mixed up. Okay, every frame we're changing the position of the we're changing the position of our, like, where our camera and our cue stick are based off of the location of the ball. So if we didn't have that switch to the other perspective, then the camera and the cue stick they're still where the ball is. Okay, that's what that does. It's where the ball is. Got it. What else is happening? We have an input event function. This one I have a whole bunch of comments. This one is, so this is every frame where we're checking for the shot input one, and we're moving the camera and the cue stick to where the ball is every frame. But whenever the program registers any kind of input, we have another function that's running. We isolated the mouse movement. So me moving my mouse, we isolated that. And then if it tracks, like if it sees that I'm moving my mouse, then it's changing, then that's when we're changing the rotation. That's when we're rotating the camera. So we rotate the camera. Yes. With this one right here. Aim container rotation degrees Y. Relative X. So yeah, based off of how I'm doing this. So if I do this, that's not necessarily supposed to... If I'm only moving my mouse vertically, then the camera itself isn't changing. If I move it horizontally, and that's what we're tracking here. And then we have another one, shot percent is changed based off of the relative Y. So that's for vertical movement. That's where we're seeing this cue stick movement. So that's what the second one is. Or that's not where we're seeing it. We're seeing, we're grabbing a number, I think. Shot percent, I think, is 0 starting out. Yeah. So shot percent is 0 at first. But its value is changed based off of how much I've moved my mouse vertically, multiplied by the stick sensitivity, which affects something else. We'll get to that. And then shot percent, we make it so that shot percent can't move. It has to stay between 0 and 1. So if it goes over 1, then it will snap back to 1. If it goes under 0, then it snaps back to 0. And then this last one, QStick.position Z equals the lerp thing, that's actually moving the cue stick. So the first one is tracking something. Like we're grabbing a number or two and combining them together to make a value. And the second one, we limit that value between 0 and 1. And then this third one is actually moving the cue stick itself. So we cue stick position Z, or stick min Z, stick max Z, shot percent. So that moves it along its Z axis. And the way that lerp works, or linear interpolation or whatever, I'm under the impression that it's, well, luckily with Godot you can just like hold control and click on it, but this is just me talking about what I learned. It will kind of, it's like the shot percent. So I think since shot percent is between 0 and 1, it acts as like it does act as a percentage. So it's like between the min Z, which is 79 or 0.79, and the max Z, which is 1.16, it's like, what's like, if if shot percent is 0.5, like 50%, then it's kind of choosing the number that's 50%, like between those two numbers. Like, I'm gonna take a got it. Okay, this is super small. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to draw on it. But hopefully you can see. I need to take bigger pictures. Okay. But this is like, so we have our for lerp. We have our minimum, and we have our max, and these are 2 points on a line. And then the variant kind of like the variant is changing. As we can see here, it's shot percent, which is going to be changing, like it's going to be constantly changing based off of how I'm moving my mouse. So right now it's at a different number than it was from here, you know? Actually, something that helps a lot is if I can print the shot percent. Actually, let me do that. Does it do it? Okay. So as we can see, shot percent all the way back here, if you can see it like all the way on the bottom, it's 1. And then shot percent here, 0. 22, 25, 3.03, 37, 41. It depends on how much I move it, not like the thing. So if I move it here, 0, 44, I don't know. It did a lot of things. But if I move it a little bit, it goes from 18 to 19. And then from 19 to 2, and then 2 to 21. I don't know. It's a bunch of like little numbers. But I'm under the impression that the way that the like variant works is that it's like, okay, if it's, since the max is I think 1.16 and the other one is 0.79, it's like, if the number that we're working with is 0.97, it's like, what's like the 97% of this, of between these two? Does that make sense? I don't think it makes sense, and you can't even see it because it's behind my head. It doesn't really make that much sense to me, but this is as much sense as I can make it make in my head. I can imagine, I think it in my head just now, I got like kind of chills from the idea of somebody who actually knows, who actually understands it, to like pop up and be like, what the hell are they talking about? Because I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm trying to explain something that I don't understand. It's ridiculous. Anyways, I don't know. For whatever, I think lerp is something that that people end up using pretty often. I kind of want to grab another streamer. think I'm going to. Cause I know I was watching Mordecai the last time that he streamed. Oh, I forgot you can see it. I forgot. I forgot to open it on another one. I'm sorry. Oops. It's not that big of a deal. I'm trying to be more careful. Just expose my entire YouTube thing again. And I'm about to do it again. I can't win. But anyways, I remember one time when he was typing up on the when he was programming, I saw lerp somewhere in his thing and I was like, oh, I know what that is. No, I don't, but I guess I feel like it I'd have to really be paying attention to know for sure when he used it. If grounded, landed, instant shake. Grounded, if grounded, and velocity. Move input, target input. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I'm trying to get on this level. But it takes years. It takes years. But I feel like it was something that was used when the character was falling. It seems like it's something that kind of because this is for the position. That's what I also need to remember. This is specifically for the position of the Q stick, so it kind of just eases it over instead of the way that we're using it. It's to ease it into different positions, I guess, because it's constantly checking for these things. I don't know. I'm literally shrugging my shoulders. Let me stop talking. I have work to do. It's almost been an hour. Oh my god. It's okay. One day I'm gonna understand lerp, or I'm never going to understand lerp and I'll just keep using it and I'll understand it as much as I need to. But I'm probably gonna have to revisit it because I need to take math classes. Oh lord, I need to take math classes for school. Funny thing, I think this part is new. We probably had this in here beforehand, which it's been commented out. This thing does basically the same thing as the block of code above it, which is cool that there are multiple ways to do the same thing. And I think we switched to this one because you can use shot percent for something else. But this other thing, not so much. Because that is just for the movement of the Q stick. This is just for the movement of the Q stick, but we can use shot percent for something else, and we'll see later. Handle shot input, that is being processed every frame. And this is just checking to see if we press a certain input, which is whatever shoots the ball. So if I press the button, then it will move the ball. 3 seems like a good one. Okay, let me stop playing with it. But yeah, it's just checking to see if we are pressing the button, and if we press the button, then it will do that. And then also, an animation will play. We have an animation player. I think that's new. Shoot stick. And then shoot stick executes the function underneath, which is strike ball. And I don't really, it's so right now, I think in terms of things I don't understand, it's alert and basis, but I'm sure it will be fine. I kind of understand it, and if I run into any issues, I can always do more research. Cause they're not Godot exclusive. But that changes. Okay, this first one, we created a variable that represents the direction that the stick is facing. Yes. Okay. So this represents where we're facing, which I think is a little different because the other ones that are based off of where we're facing, it's moving the camera and the cue stick itself, or the cue stick itself and the camera and stuff. But because we care about the direction that they are facing, we have it so that that this new variable equals the inverse. It's negative, I think. A rule that I'm gonna have for myself is whenever I don't understand something, I'm just gonna print the value of it on the console. I'm not doing that right now. I understand it. And if you don't, I'm sorry. What else? Oh, we have another lerp here. Okay, so we created a variable related to the direction the player's aiming. And then we made another variable called shot power. Which is another lerp one. Shot power min. Okay, let me just read the comment. Takes our shot percent from input. So remember, shot percent is always changing based off of where we have our cursor, or how far we've moved our cursor along the y-axis, or not along the y-axis, vertically. So it takes our shot percent from input and uses it to determine the power of the shot. So yeah, the kind of how much power we're trying to put into our shot. And then we made another, what's it called, which combines the direction that we are facing and the amount of power we are trying to put into our shot. That's what shot vector is. And then this one applies the central impulse so that actually shoots the ball. So instead of creating a program, or having our program having the ball be shot, like, it is based off of the direction of the stick and stuff, but the stick itself isn't like a physics object at all. We could do whatever we wanted with the stick. The stick could be whatever, like it can look basically any kind of way, and that wouldn't affect and that wouldn't affect what the ball does, really. The ball is it's not moving on its own, but we're just like the program itself is pushing the ball, not the cue stick. And then the program itself is pushing the ball kind of based off of some numbers that we are asking other parts of the program to give us. So when we apply that central impulse, it moves the ball, or it kind of like it just shoots the ball and then lets it go, however, and then we can shoot the ball again still because we don't have anything against that. And then we set the cue stick to false so we can't see it anymore. Honestly, I could set this to true and then see what happens. I want to see. Oh, it's cool to be able to see it still, honestly. Wow. So key stick is still there. The camera's still there too. We're just not, it's just not set to our camera. But you can kind of see the key stick going through stuff because it doesn't really. And now that the ball has gone down, the key stick has gone down too. So silly. And then at the end of strike ball, which again, strike ball is being activated by the animation player. We have a signal being sent out to game events, and then that signal gets sent out to, like, we're sending a notification to our overhead camera so that it switches from this aim camera to this overhead camera. So we just send out a notification that causes it to change cameras. I completely forgot about that. That's something that I had to actually put in there. Again, all based off of this tutorial. That's what we did, but I should remind, I'm not making a pool game. And my dogs are barking. Because somebody's here. Hold on. I was gonna say, let me check my time. I was about to open my schedule by accident. I need to close that. It's not too bad. I mean, it is too bad, but it's pretty. Oh, I restarted the video. My bad. Window capture. Is there any way to change the settings of the media source? No, I don't think I can. I made it faster, and then I'll slow it down again when it starts to get back into the gameplay. I wasn't paying attention, so don't let me forget. We close this. We're not really messing with the signals, but I learned about them. I think I don't know if I know how it works anymore. But I took notes. I just need to see if my notes actually say anything. Excuse me. Rotating the ball, organizing code, moving stick, basis, starting animation, communicating. Okay. I did it. No, I didn't. I understand it. I took notes. Let me stretch. We're all caught up. I won't do this every time. Hopefully. No promises. Oh, the notification was from the video. Okay.
Ball rack starts. And usually a billiards cue ball. Let's go. Like
Okay, time to do work.
out there that are way more demanding. Okay, way more demanding. It's not that big of a deal to jack up the physics step if the physics is incredibly important. This is a physics game, and it's a relatively small physics game with relatively few bodies. It's not that big of a deal to jack up the physics step and the max physics steps for the frame. It really isn't. So jacking it up to 600 is really not, in my opinion, is not. But ultimately, if you do playtesting in the future, then yeah, just you can set continuous collision detection. Just it'll mess up your physics. Gotta choose something. It's better to upgrade the physics step to make it more precise than it is to like rely on these little hacks. Frankly, as soon as Godot changes their physics engine, it's probably going to like this continuous collision detection thing might be better. Who knows? All right, let's go. Let's go. The ball doesn't go through the wall anymore. That's all I care about. Okay, so other things I care about though is that like this isn't the whole game. Shooting one ball around with another ball, and it's we want the balls. We want the other balls, right? We want the other balls to spawn. It's late. We've been working on this for a while. Okay, the cue ball can also. Where do we want the cue ball to start? Anyone who knows anything about billiards or pool or whatever knows that you got to start somewhere. You can't just start the cue ball wherever you want. The cue ball starts at what you call the head spot. I'm not joking. It's called head spot. And where you start the ball rack, like that triangle of balls, you call that the foot spot. So the head of the table is one side of the table, and the foot of the table is the other side. The head of the table is where the cue ball starts, and the foot of the table is where the ball rack starts. Usually, a billiards table has a little spot, and where you start the ball rack, like that triangle of balls, you call that the foot spot. So the head of the table is one side of the table, and the foot of the table is the other side. The head of the table is where the cue ball starts, and the foot of the table is where the ball rack starts. And usually, a billiards table has a little sticker on the table that's like right here for the head spot. But fortunately, the head spot is actually easy to figure out. Under the top view, these diamonds like line up so that like the middle diamonds on these like little wall cushion things, where they intersect is the head spot.
Okay.
So where is that, right? So that's the question we have to figure out. And now we can just come up with a magic number for it, but what are we gonna just like write it in the code? Like who needs to know about it first of all? There's multiple things they need to know about it. Like the play system needs to know about it because they're gonna place the cue ball.
Of course.
And also whatever system is gonna handle like spawning those other balls, those are like 15 balls, they need to know where the foot spot is. Okay, so it'd be nice if they were in one place.
I feel like that would be a different script, wouldn't it?
That's okay. So where should it be? Now you could put it inside of a singleton called like globals or something. But frankly, these global values have to do with some kind of topic, right? So let's avoid coming up with like some big old singleton called globals for now. That can kind of like tempt us to add just a bunch of other junk there that doesn't need to be there. So what does the foot spot and the head spot have to do with? It has to do with the billiard table, right? Ultimately, that's what it has to do with, just like the collisions and stuff. So why don't we create a script for the billiard table and create a couple of constants inside of the billiard table script.
I forgot about the thing that's moving so fast.
Referenced elsewhere. Okay, I think that's good. So inside of the billiard table, I'm going to create a new file called billiard table.tube, and don't put it in scenes. You can even write scripts. Billiard table.gd. You're like, wait, hold on, what? The billiard table shouldn't have a script.
Did it start over?
Anything interactive. Doesn't need to do anything.
It started over. I'm so sorry.
Don't have a narrow perception of what a script is, but we don't need all the rest of the stuff. Okay, we're treating this like it's a singleton. But here's something that I want to recognize. How is another class going to reference this? Does it have to have a reference to the billiard table? Like in the play system, is it going to have to refer to the billiard table similarly to how we didn't want to refer to the overhead cam? It's like, is this the problem that we're going to do? No, actually. We can create something that's basically treated like a singleton, but even better by, well, first of all, let's just create a constant so that we can see what we're dealing with. So const, it's going to be a vector. It's called head spot.
Hold on. I wonder if we would move the overhead cam to billiard table, since it would be always over the billiard table, but maybe it doesn't matter. It might not matter. I don't think it matters.
But because this is like constant case, as you would call it, or some people call it the problem singleton.
Wait, let me just make it. I know how to do it.
Is another class going to reference? Does it have to have a reference to the billiard table? Like in the play system, is it going to have to refer to the billiard table similarly to how we didn't want to refer to the overhead cam? It's like, is this the problem that we're going to do? No, actually. We can create something that's basically treated like a singleton, but even better by, well, first of all, let's just create a constant so that we can see what we're dealing with. So const, it's going to be a vector. It's called a head spot because this is like constant case, as you would call it, or some people call it screaming snake case. And you have to set a value. Okay, you have to initialize a constant. You can't just say like, like just end it here because like it's a constant. You can't reassign its value, so you have to set it as soon as you create it. And this is going to be a vector, right? Because it not only needs to be like X position on the table, it also has to be like slightly above because that's where we're going to spawn the ball, and that should be like the radius of the ball, right? So vector 3. And
oh, sorry, vector 3.
Is effectively going to be where the head spot is going to be, so it's going to be some number. And then the Y position is going to be the ball's radius. Actually, let's fix that later. So I'm just going to type in some magic number. 0.2, which is an awful magic number. 0.08.
X.
And Z actually doesn't matter at all because the head spot and the foot spot are both just to be sure of what I'm talking about here, is like Z as in like this position, like doesn't matter because they're going to be at 0. See the blue line here, they're going to stay at Z0. But the head spot's going to be here, and the head spot's going to be there. So how do we figure out, well, what is the head spot? Where is the head spot on the paper? Now you could just try to like figure out what that number is, but it's useful to just create like a guide. So to create a guide, what do I mean by guide? Is I'm going to create a node 3D. That's going to be my guide. So node 3D.
Perspective, top view. I'm trying to process what just happened. I need to make sure that I'm taking notes as well. Where are we? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is safe? I think it's safe. It's safe. It's safe. Maybe it's not safe for my dignity. Why do I... Static. Variables. Static variables versus object references. About to close my door. Why is he barking? I feel like in my head I'm like, you know what I'm gonna do? Instead of be right back, I'm just gonna make this bigger on the screen. And then be like, okay, I'll be right back. Because I can do the thing. Okay, be right back. Okay. So the last thing that they talked about was the physics steps and the collision detection, which I still don't know how to do, but that's okay. I think because I set the It's like my shot power is much lower, but if I set it to 5, it will clip through the walls. So, armor strength. Now we're setting the position of the starting position of the cue ball and the other ones, like of all the balls. And the way that we're going to set that is inside of a script, of course. I think this music makes me a little sleepy, but it is good work music. Shout out to Persona 5. Oh, original soundtrack. Shout out. Oh my god, it's so good. I'm remembering that. So we're trying to set the position of the cue ball, of all of the balls, the starting position. And I know for a fact, like, this is me trying to work it out in my brain, because the point of this for me is to actually learn how to program a game, not just this game, but how to go into programming games in general. So I know that when if I wanted to set the position of the balls, I, number one, would not want this to happen every time. Like, I don't want this to happen often. This is just going to happen basically at the start of the program, if that makes sense. The start of each game. That is what this is going to happen. Which it might be. I don't think we're in a position to really set that first. Since, yeah, I don't think we're in a position to be able to really set that up. But I know that I want it to happen at the start of the program. And I kind of already had the impression that the location of the balls wasn't going to be in the play system, because it doesn't really have anything to do with the player themselves. It's not like the player is interacting with the position of the balls. But I probably would have thought to put it in another script. So it's good to think to put it just on the billiard table, which doesn't have a script attached to it yet. So that was, I see why that was a decision that was made, because it's completely based on the it's completely based on the billiard table anyways, so it makes sense. But I'm still wondering if we would move the camera to the billiard table. But at the same time, I think that just depends on, like, if there are any other signals that we're sending between the cue. If there are any other signals that we're sending through the play system to other parts of the world, then that might be the time to consider it. But I guess we don't need to attach them yet. I think now he's talking about how we're gonna figure out where's the best place to put How are we gonna locate the area that they should go in as programmers? Okay, that's where we are. That's where we are.
And I'm gonna call.
I'm
the
gonna
node
go back a
3D
little
head
bit. Hold on.
spot spot.
Just to make sure I'm not missing anything that I need to take notes
Could
of.
do better by well, first of all, let's just create a constant so that we can see what we're dealing with. So const, it's going to be a vector. It's called a head spot because this is like constant case, as you would call it, or some people call it screaming snake case. And you have to set a value. Okay, you have to initialize a constant. You can't just say like doo-doo-doo, like just end it here because like it's a constant. You can't reassign its value, so you have to set it as soon as you create it. And this is going to be a vector, right? Because it not only needs to be like X position on the table, it also has to be like slightly above because that's where we're going to spawn the ball, and that should be like the radius of the ball, right? So vector 3, and the X position is effectively going to be where the head spot is going to be. So it's going to be some number, and then the Y position is going to be the ball's radius. Actually, let's fix that later. So I'm just going to type in some magic number now, 0.2, which is an awful magic number, 0.08, something terrible. And Z actually doesn't matter at all because the head spot and the foot spot are both going to be at Z0. And just to be sure of what I'm talking about here, is like Z is in like this position, like doesn't matter because they're going to be at 0. See the blue line here? They're going to stay at Z0. But the head spot's going to be here, and the head spot's going to be there. So how do we figure out, well, what is the head spot? Where is the head spot on the table? Now you could just try to like figure out what that number is, but it's useful to just create like a guide. So to create a guide, what I mean by guide is I'm going to create a node 3D. That's
Okay.
So node 3D.
Node 3D.
And I'm going to call the node 3D head spot. And the only thing I'm going to do with this node 3D is I'm going to move its X position. See? Make sure you have head spot selected. And I want it to line up with these diamonds. So I'm actually going to zoom in on just these 2 diamonds. And as I move the, like, you know, this one, okay, that's cool. But guess what? It doesn't matter what this one's going to do because it's always going to be in the middle of that one. So the only one we really care about is this one. Well, the problem is when I move along the x-axis, it only gives me a guide for this stupid thing. So what you do is you can click on this little, like, move both at the same time thing in order to like reveal the other one.
It's not showing up for me.
Drag it over, right? Then that's good, right? So like you can put it wherever you want. You just set Z back to 0, right?
Oh,
In fact,
I have to move it.
like, up here, like just right next to it. Where
Oops.
is it? Perfect. Right there. And then I'm gonna put Z back. That's the head spot right there. Negative
Whoops.
0.535. Okay, and if we try to do the math, that's like, so half of the surface of the table is about half of a little bit more than half a meter from here. So that means that the table is like a little bit more than 2 meters, 2.2 meters wide.
Okay.
2.2 meters. Maybe we can
Wait, I'm not paying attention. I was doing the thing.
So the only one we really care about is this one. Well, the problem is when I move along the x-axis, it only gives me a guide for this stupid thing. So what you do is you can click on this little, like, move both at the same time thing in order to, like, reveal the other one. So if you kind of do this and drag it over, right? Then that's good, right? So like you can put it wherever you want. You can set Z back to 0. Right? In fact, I can like move it like up here, like just right next to it. Where is it? Perfect, right there. And then I'm gonna put Z back to 0. That's the head spot right there. Negative 0.535. Okay, and if we try to do the math, that's like, so half of the surface of the table is about half of a little bit more than half. So that means that the table is like a little bit more than 2 meters, 2.2 meters wide, 2.2 meters. Maybe we can just do our math, right?
Ooh, I'm not good at math. I mean, I am. I'm not that good at math though.
2.2 So those of you who are familiar with pool tables should know. You gotta know. You should know that I think like the regulation size for like a 8-foot pool table is like 88 inches. The surface. So
I'll be
this
back
actually
again.
looks like it's the scale. That's
I want to play Persona 5 again. So bad. I never finished it. I'm so close to the end. Like, so close to the end. I never finished it. And my, if I can get like a capture card of some kind, then yeah, but that's gonna take a while, in all honesty. Maybe I should just go ahead and get Persona 5 Royal. Let me not be ridiculous. I can't right now. It's okay. I don't understand what he just did, by the way. I don't know why he did math. Why did you do math, dog?
all right, but the point is, so okay, and if we
Actually, he'll explain it. Let me let him explain.
9 inches, 85.8. Okay, so those of you who are familiar with pool tables should know. You gotta know. You should know that I think like the regulation size for like a 8-foot pool table is like 88 inches.
Mm-hmm.
The surface. So this actually looks like it's the scale. That's pretty cool. All right, but the point is at negative 0.535. And we've gotten that figured out by this little like head spot reference thing. So when I come back to the script, I'm actually going to type in negative 0.535.
I got 3.7, so I'm gonna put
I
that.
want to set the cue ball at the head spot. If I come back to the play system, on ready is when I want to set the cue ball's position, right? So let's do cue ball dot position is equal to the head spot. So if I type in head spot, okay.
That one's not gonna work.
Head spot refers to what? It's gonna assume, it's gonna try to look for a variable called head spot. It says identifier head spot. It's not declared in the scope. So it's gonna either look for a function or it's gonna look for a variable. It can't find anything. So it's like, okay, well, the billiard table. You know, it's like, well, wait a minute. How am I gonna get that const from the billiard table? So this is what's really cool. From the billiard table, what we can do is we can.
Oh, are we doing this to the play system?
Class enable. You know, it's like, well, wait.
I guess we can always move it somewhere else. I mean, maybe it's okay to be in the play system, but in my head, it doesn't really make sense to put it in there. But I guess where else would you put it?
That const from the billiard table. So this is what's really cool. From the billiard table, what we can do is we can make this a class by saying class name. Now it was already a class. Each GD script is a class. Okay, but if you want to access like these constants from it, you have to load the script. But if you use class name, basically is like now an alias for this script, more or less. Okay, so class name, billiard table. Now again, classes like Node 3D are Pascal keys by default. So now we have billiard table const head spot. So if I come back to the play system script and I do cue position, cue ball position, now we can say billiard.
Oh, actually, I should take a note. What did he say? What did he say?
About it.
Um,
more or less. Okay, so class name, billiard table. Now, again, classes like Node 3D are past elements by default. So now we have billiard table constant spot. So if I come back and place this in script, I do Q position, Q position. Now we can say billiard table, and it knows about it because when you do class name, it's able to access that class name from all of our scripts because it is now a type of data inside of our project. We can refer to this billiard table. We can create a new billiard table if we wanted to. Now, this is not the same thing as creating an instance of a scene. Okay, I don't want to get into the weeds here. Just the point is that we are able to refer to this class name, and when we say dot, you see there it is, head spot. We're able to get a constant from a class by referencing the class name and then using the constant. And then hit
oh, I guess the cue ball is in here.
ball, it bounces a bunch because that was a little bit too high. Right? 0.08 was a little bit too high. But notice how it's at the head spot. Look, there it is. It's at the head spot, which is awesome. Okay, first of all, it's not negative. 5 is well enough. But do you see what happened here? We were able to do that. So notice how without creating a singleton, we were able to still access this from anywhere. Because it's just a constant, right? You can't change
I think because my thing is 0. Hold on.
The foresight to recognize that this is something that you might as well make accessible from anywhere.
Wait. Shh. Okay. So if you were paying attention, you may or may not have noticed that when he shot, like when he opened the program, when he ran the program, and he was talking about, notice how it's in the head spot.
And now look, the ball
bounces a bunch. Ball's moved.
Because that was a little bit too high. Right. 0.08 was a little.
Right, and then when I ran my program, I fell through the table. Why was that? It's because my head spot's Y is 0. I think. Yeah. X float, Y float, Z float. If we look, x-axis is this red line, right? And then the z-axis is this blue line, which I remember, since it's going to be exactly in the middle, we don't need to change it, but we did need to change the x-axis. But the y-axis, that is that's this. That's this. The up and down. And since mine was at 0, it was basically through the table. So I made a mistake. And I will probably, let me change it perspective. Excuse me. I'll just move it up a smidge. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna check where I put the ball in my main scene. So cue ball is 0.022 uppies. So we're gonna do that. This is the Y. Do you remember 0.022? Save. Now. Perfect. So I remember he was saying just now, or when I played him, that the ball was bouncing a little bit because he put it too high. But for me, I just did it based off of where the cue ball was before. which is 0.02. And now we're on the other side. We're on the other side from there. My head, it feels like it's not accurate. Maybe I need to change it from the 0.7 to 0.9. It feels off slightly, angle-wise. It feels super off angle-wise. I can aim. It just feels slightly off. I don't know. Can you see it too? Like it just feels slightly off. Like it doesn't feel like it's the middle of my screen. It does not feel like it's the middle of my screen. Am I gonna fix that? No. I don't think I will. But maybe I should, just not today. Because my question is, how can I make this feel like it is in the middle of my screen? Because it just looks weird. But everything else is fine. I can aim still, so it's okay. It might be a skill issue on my part. Okay. Yay, we did it. We did something.
Notice how it's at the head spot. Look, there it is. It's at the head spot, which is awesome. Okay, first of all, let's not make it 15. 5 is well enough. But do you see what happened here? We were able to do that. So notice how without creating a singleton, we were able to still access this from anywhere. Because it's just a constant, right? You can't change it anywhere anyway. So the developers of Godot had the foresight to recognize that this is something that might
Excuse me, sorry.
accessible from anywhere. Right? It's just basically belongs to the billiard table.
Oh, I need to later I need to put
So
a
that's
note
actually really
about the
well, here's the problem.
the class name
It's not
thing.
really a problem. This is where someone might make it a problem. This is where you hopefully have like colleagues and friends and co-programmers and lead programmers who are reasonable people. Because they might look at this and be like, that's a magic vector. This whole vector is a magic vector, really. It's a magic vector. It's like on a magic school bus, taking a ride. Enjoy a ride on the magic school bus. What do you think you're doing? Don't get caught up with this, okay? This is pool. This is a regulation 88-inch table. This is fine, okay? This has meaning. If you really want to, you can be like constant. Let's like have like a quarter of the table's width, constant quarter table width equals or something, and then put that here, negative quarter table width. If you really want to be like that, but don't be like that. This is fine. But you might be like, well, what? But look at that. Our billiard table has a head spot thing.
I just delete it, right?
Node 3D. Why don't we just access the head spot, right?
Oh.
Why don't we just do like, you know, actually just gonna comment this out so that we still have it there because that's the good one. What if we just did like, you know, head spot dot position dot x, right? Ta-da! We did it! No, it's like assign value for constant isn't a constant expression. In order to assign a value of a constant, it needs to be what it's called a constant expression. It has to basically always evaluate to some number based on these like numbers.
That makes sense.
This is not that. Okay, this is a problem. And also, head spot doesn't exist until ready, right? So you can't just do it at the top of the script like this, right? The script doesn't, you know, depend. This constant shouldn't depend on this existing. So you can never do that. You can never set a const that way. Okay, well, you might be like, okay, well, if you can't set this on ready, then what are we going to do? Well, instead of a const, what if we did a static variable? Created a static variable called static.
What's the difference between
Now,
a
those of you
static?
who are familiar with static variables know that a static variable is kind of like a const, but you can change it. It's a constant that you can change. That's basically what it is. It belongs to the class, not to the individual instances of this class. So this head spot, if you change it in one of the instances, it'll change it in all of the instances. Again, it's like a constant that can be changed. And you can access it from anywhere, similar to a constant. In fact, if I go to play system, you can say, look, see, it's not mad at me. It's fine. If I hit play, it's going to be like, you can't get the node of the null value. Well, you can't because headspot doesn't exist yet. You have to do it on ready. Okay, so I guess we'll make it on ready. You see how you're like starting to pile on silliness here? You're like, okay, cool. Then we're going to set the head spot here. Equal to this. Here. Right?
I was taking more notes.
Undefined, and then we'll set its value here. Now I want to hit play. Like, okay, it worked, right? First of all, you got the stupid ready function. This, I don't like it. Why are we adding this? And the other thing is, if you, like, again, thinking like a game programmer, how are you sure that this ready function is going to be called before this ready function?
Oh.
The answer is you don't. You're not sure. One of these ready functions is going to be called first. Whichever ready function is going to be called first matters a lot. This is what we call a race condition, where you don't have any control over it. This is happening for all intents and purposes as you as a programmer, asynchronously. And you don't know which thread is going to happen. Okay? This is not good. You can't play with it. This might work sometimes, but you change the order of the nodes sometimes, and then you can't do it. This is bad. So you're like, okay, well, what if I just do on ready? Okay, well, this actually is starting to look like maybe a solution because on ready gets called before the ready virtual function. So this actually would be called first. It says the on ready annotation can't be applied to a static variable for some reason. I don't know why. Frankly, that's the same thing as this. Creating the static variable on ready. What? Okay, well, you know, that's how you want to be, so you can't do it. So now you might be like, okay, well, why don't we just not make a static? See, it works now. Because on ready, head spot exists. It sets position. How are you going to access the head spot variable? It's no longer static, it's no longer constant. Inside a place system, it's not going to work. See, it's like, what the heck is a head spot? Because head spot now doesn't belong to the class. It belongs to the instances of the class because it's just a normal member variable. Just like how each member variable has a different position, even though it's the same wall or something like that. They can all have different positions, right? So now this is just a member variable. It belongs to the object that was created, not the class itself. And so this is now ambiguous. Which bill you're talking about? Okay, so this isn't gonna work. Okay, so now what do we do? It's like, okay, well, I guess what we can do is we can refactor this again so that like we'll have this anonymous here head spot, but we'll just call it like let's make a static variable, just like we did before, called head spot. But we can't set it here because again, this isn't ready yet. Oh, I guess what we can do is we can do it on ready. Here, you know, all play head spot cheat. And we'll set its value. Let's see if this is going to work. To a lambda function. And that lambda function is going to set head spot, a static variable, equal to this.
That sounds like too much.
Ridiculous thing. I'm going to put this down here, and that's okay because.
Or maybe that's okay.
It's inside of parentheses.
Because it probably depends on what you're doing,
What are we
whether or
doing?
not this is like a good solution. For the pool game, probably not, but for... Oh, it broke.
Okay, it's trying to get into. Oh. Yeah. Okay, this is not set yet, so it's not going to be mad at me. It's the head spot doesn't exist yet. This is fine, right? So let's just see if this.
Oh, wait.
It's. Oh, wait a minute. It got mad for a second and then it stopped getting mad.
No, it's just mad.
It's like, okay, you can't set it to nil. So this current thing is nil. So apparently that didn't really work. So on ready, you're trying to like set this, you know, stupid thing to like a function that you're gonna call right away, but in that function you're gonna like set this. Oh, maybe it doesn't know it. I mean, it should know what head spot is right here.
Yeah.
Like, what if I? Okay, don't try this at home, folks. What if we say billiard table head spot? So we're referring to the class name. What?
I don't understand what just
The
happened.
heck?
I don't understand what just happened. Wait. Static variable
Okay,
head
because-
spot.
shouldn't have anything to do with the namespace, right? This function, this lambda function should be able to. But I just like get okay.
What?
This is what we're dealing with. This is what we're up against. Don't do this. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Do that. It's fine. Golly. Sheesh. Constant. It's fine.
Okay. I'm like, what? I feel like I need to go lay down. I think that's just because I'm sleepy. This is probably why I don't do this in the morning, because I start getting sleepy. I don't know what's for lunch or dinner. We're out, but it's not wise. Please. I have to prepare for grocery shopping this week. Something like that. What just happened? So I think we were trying to make the head spot position a variable that we could easily change, so that instead of just setting it as a arbitrary, not an arbitrary number, I think we're using the word arbitrary wrong. Instead of setting it as a number that we just think is the place that it should go, we set it as a number that we think is the place that it should go originally, but like, what if we want to be able to alter the position of the cue ball, like where it goes? So since we made that reference to where it might go, and we took, since we made that reference, we took that reference, the location of the reference, and made it, the value of the position of the cue ball where it goes. But we had to change it from a constant variable, because you can't set it like that, to a static variable. No, we put it back to constant. No, oh wait, no, it's a static variable, which is a constant variable that you can change so that you can still access it from play system. Let me think. Whoa. Okay. So we changed it, and then on ready, which is similar to to the ready function. But we know it's gonna run first. Create a variable, which is this weird function thing that I didn't understand. It's like a new function that's being made already. Which I guess guarantees that it gets played first instead of the other function, the ready function that we have. And then in that function, you set billiard table head spot, the static variable, to the value of the location of the X position of head of the reference that we put, plus with the zeros, I think. And then I don't think function ready. Oh, okay. Maybe headspot doesn't. So you set. Oh, I think I get it. It seems so. It's too much. I mean, I'm not gonna do it. I'm just trying to understand it. Cause what if I need to do something crazy like that? I hope not.
And a ball, you know what? Ball can have constants. I went into my ball script. Let's go into the ball.gd script. We're gonna call it ball. We're gonna create a constant. Frankly, I don't remember where the constant is supposed to be. Top. I have to check it out. I didn't know. And what do we want? Ball.
Let me see if I can find that actually. Cause I don't remember. I don't remember my things. What am I looking for? Oh, I wanted to look for the Godot style guide because I don't really have it on hand. Complete class. So class name, Pascal case, stint node, capital, pseudo, variable. I think these are functions, completely internal functions that aren't being read by anybody else. Maybe transition to. They explain it. Indentation. Trailing comma. Blank lines. Let me add this so that you can see it. Format multi-line statements for readability. Void unnecessary parentheses. Boolean. for the plain. Oh, okay. I think it kind of just depends. I feel like it kind of just depends on like who you're working with. The fact that you can use both of them, I think, is a little misleading. Comment spacing, regular comments and regular comments are 1, and then documentation comments are 2. Start with the face. Oh, okay. So you do space. Oh, I should do that then. Because I've been writing comments all over the place. So a comment starts with a space. And then disable code is... Oh, that's a comment. That's disabled code. This is a comment. And then I know that it's kind of bad that I have it next to it. Oh, short comment. This is a... Oh, okay. So put it on top. Prefer... Comments are best used for short comments, usually a few words at most. White space. Oh, this is... So I guess I should put it on top. Yeah, I should put it on top if it's longer. Which I know... Oops. Okay, I have to sit up. I have to sit up. Okay. I'm gonna have to adjust. I'm gonna have to adjust all of these. Maybe later. Because something I started doing is I started tabbing underneath them. Like, guess I should stop doing that. Okay. Numbers. Use lower case for letters in hexadecimal. I see. You can use indents, underscores to make large numbers more readable. So it's like adding like decimal, not decimal. It's like adding the commas. Oh, okay. And here's the thing for the naming conventions. So snake case for file names, Pascal case for class names, Pascal case for node names, snake case for functions, variables, and signals, constant case for constants, Pascal case for enum, which I don't know what enum is, and then enum names are Pascal case, and enum members are constant case. Okay. I'm gonna have to let me do that. I should put this up at the top. Tags, source. And then this is an additional source. Godot docs. GD script style guide. Okay. Oh, and I wrote down some of the stuff that he said. I put down the race condition. But this is a video I'm probably gonna have to revisit. I have to accept that.
Radius? Diameter? Radius.
What are you talking about?
It's constant.
We're in the ball.
I went into my ball script. Let's go into the ball.gd script. We're gonna call it ball. And we're gonna create a constant. Frankly, I don't remember where constants are supposed to be. At the top. I have to check the style guide every now and then. And what do we want?
Class name, signal, export on ready. What does it really say? Loading class into constant or variable. Functions and variables. Snakies. A code order. Tool, icon static unload. Class name extends. Signals and ums constants. Okay. So what are we doing?
Ball.
Class name extends. Dot comment.
Diameter? Radius.
So if we were putting this in play system which has more export variables, so the constants would go above export variables. Yes. Okay. And then already goes in the bottom. Okay, that's good to know. Doing ball. This is an export variable, so it goes on top. This is something that's going to affect all of the balls. What is he doing?
Get ball in. It's fine. It's like, and a ball. You know what? The ball can have constants too. I went into my ball script. Let's go to the ball.gd script. I'm gonna call it ball. And we're gonna create a constant. Frankly, I don't remember where constants are supposed to be. At the top. I have to check the style guide every now and then. And what do we want? Ball. Radius? Diameter?
For what? I don't. What is this for?
And what?
This is another vector 3.
Half of a diameter. 0.25. Was it? Let's do 0.7 just for good measure. So now we have this thing called ball radius, and you can access this from anywhere. The video table can know about it, right? So it's like negative ball. Negative just ball radius here, right? Ball radius. They're constants. They should be immediately set before anything else happens. Perfect. Doesn't bounce.
Oh.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. Now you might be like, isn't this a race condition? Because like this is the thing, this is the thing. That's a good question, actually.
Oh, that's what that's for. Well, why do I need that?
Constant, like,
I kind of want to get rid of it. I don't.
We're gonna say like constant x equals head spot. Like, is it gonna get mad at me? Is it like was defined in the wrong order? That'll depend a little bit on the interpreter, on the compiler in this case. Okay, it should be fine. If you need to, you don't need to do this. You know, just type it in. All right.
Yeah, I don't think I
Good.
don't need to do
I
this.
just want to be very clear with you. Don't get too caught up with like these stupid things about like.
But it's good to know. I don't think I need to do it, but it's good to know.
Foot spot. We're gonna need this eventually, so it's just the same thing but positive. It's on the symmetrical opposite side of the table. Okay, so what do we want to do? Let's keep going and let's set up balls, the other balls. Right now, there are no other balls. Well, there is. There's that one other stupid ball. There we go. Finally, get rid of that other ball because we want to spawn the balls, right? We want to spawn the balls with our like a ball rack or something, right? So let's do that. You know what? So here's the thing. So we already created the play system that handles all of the play stuff, playing related things. So why don't we create a node that handles all of the like ball spawning? It seems reasonable. So I'm gonna create because I mean someone's gonna have to kill it. Is it gonna be the main scene? Don't do that. Put it in its own thing. You can make it separate. You can test it elsewhere and all that fun stuff. So I'm gonna create a new node. I'm gonna call it.
This is going in Node 3D.
It's already a thing. It's already a thing. And cool. It's called a ball rack. Let's call it ball rack. I think that's cool. People who know will know. All right. So ball rack. And what are we gonna do with the ball rack? We're going to create a ball. Let's make a script. Script is what create balls. First of all, script folder. Second of all, pass. Second of all, snake case. Ball underscore rack, not two underscores. 3 in fact, no, just 1. Oh my gosh, 1 underscore. Ball rack.g. Okay, kill everything because I hate it. And bring it back instantly.
I think it automatically does snake case for me. I just have to put it in the right
Well, it has to spawn
folder.
the ball, right? So it needs to be able to access
Scripts.
that tscn file that's right here. We can load it in the code, but you know what? It's kind of nice to just load it through a variable that we expose to the editor. So let's do export variable. We'll call it ball tscn, like that, because I want to be sure it's not a instance of a ball scene. It is the packed scene that we have right here inside of our file system. So it's ball tscn. And what is it? It's a packed scene. And beginner tutorial if you want to learn more about that.
I do need to do the beginner tutorial.
Ball rack selected. I'm going to drag ball.tscn file. GD script. Ball.tscn file into this variable that we just created. And we're going to create a ball. And it's going to be inside of the ready function. And where's the ball rack going to be located? So actually, I think, yeah, so the whole ball rack should be located at the foot spot, okay? And we'll assume that that first ball in the triangle is the ball that's right there.
This instance of ball
I don't want balls to
scene.
be some offset in the center of the table. I just want them to spawn in place at where the ball rack has been located. So
That should be it.
Position. I'm going to say self at position equals
Wait. Wait. So what are we doing? We're setting the position of the ball rack. Kind of. I guess I see in my head, I was like, shouldn't we set things in different positions? But I guess it makes sense that we set the cue ball's position in the play system since it belongs to the play system. but the position of the other balls don't really matter. Yeah, the position of the other balls don't really matter. Or not that they don't matter, but they're independent from the player. So it makes sense. It makes sense now. Rather than trying to set it in, it makes sense. I think it makes sense. We'll see. We'll see when I'm trying to make my own game. We'll see how much sense it makes. Which is hopefully sooner rather than later. I need to so I was focusing on the story, but then I hit a wall with the story where I want to think about the mechanics again. So I need to do that. Because I realized that, like, okay, so instead of like, okay, these are going to be the mechanics of the game, I'm gonna do an either or. Or it can be like, we can do it this way or we can do it this way. So since it's an adventure game, it's like, so how are you gonna move? And since you're gonna talk to people, it's like, well, how are you gonna talk to people? Because there are a few different ways that you can go about it. Are you just gonna like walk up to them and like click on them? Like, are you gonna press a button and then it starts the conversation? And then like, how's it gonna look? Because there's just a few different ways that you can go about it. And I'm gonna go over sort of my different ideas as to how I can go about it. So that I have a better picture for how I want to handle the story. Since the way that I want to do it is kind of a little bit more on the open-ended side of things. What time is it? Well, not what time it's at. I mean, what time is lunch? If I opened it on the right thing. Lunch is 12:30. How far am I into this video? 41. Oh, we're close. We're close. We're getting close to my goal. Nice. 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 I think I have my head on straight. I have my head on enough. Just enough.
Billiard table, dots,
Wait, I don't even know where the foot spot is. Wait. Oh, it's in billiard table, so I have to make it. I didn't make it yet. So I guess I just made another constant. Is it? Yes, it's inside a billiard table. Okay, I don't need to double check the video. I just need to read. I think I was just a little confused because I was like, but I feel like, because in my head I feel like there's multiple foot spots, you know? But I guess the foot spot, now that I think about it, the foot spot is probably like a container that is like it, if I think about it, the foot spot is probably like, you know, it's like here, you know? And then the spawn point for the foot spot is probably going to be like, okay, foot spot plus or minus this amount of sum, you know? Oops. No. I need to move this. Okay. I need to move that back. I don't think I'm not using the head spot in my code. Not this head spot reference, because I don't think it's necessary. It seems a bit unnecessary to me, but that's me as somebody who hasn't made enough progress in programming classes. I'm not an expert. I have so little experience. So little and so much at the same time. I study programming like I study Japanese. Like, I've been doing it basically since middle school, but I haven't put enough, like, I haven't taken it seriously in quotation marks. I haven't like taken it seriously enough for me to have gotten to a point. Like, if I was, it's like, I guess it's like, it's not the amount of like years that you've been doing it. Like I've been drawing, for example, for like my whole life, but how many hours have I put into it, you know, in comparison to like somebody who's my age or older or younger. Like there are people obviously that are like much older than me that are like, I can't draw like that, looking at things that I've done. But it's because of like how much actual time I spent doing it. Like in my so many years of being alive, like I had a period of time where there wasn't really anything that I could do, and obviously during that period of time I wasn't drawing, so I didn't get any better at drawing when that period of time in my life was over. I was basically the same in terms of my drawing skill, if not worse. Trying to be vague because I don't have a proper way of explaining what happened. But you know, like in all of the time that I spent being alive, I was not drawing, so I didn't get any better. Whereas like other people, they might not be as, like, they could be 12 years old, but they spent like 10 billion hours actually like honing their craft, and that's where the difference lies, you know. And not only did they spend that amount of time honing their craft, it's also about like how you spend that time. So maybe you spent all of those 10 billion hours drawing circles, so you can draw a pretty mean circle, but when it comes to squares, you're kind of done. I'm just talking. Okay, let me shut up. I have work to do. So ridiculous. I'm so unserious. Let's see. Video. I'm making a constant because I didn't do it before. Billiard table. Where's the foot spot? Is it another vector 3? Or is it just a number?
Let's keep.
Okay. That makes sense. It's another vector 3. That time I should have just used my brain and been like, okay, well the foot spot is another position on the billiard table. I should have known. And it makes sense that it would be the same number, it's just inverse. It makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. All I had to do, I had to just use my brain.
Set up balls, the other balls. Right now, there are no other balls. Well, there is. There's that one other stupid ball. Get rid of it. Finally, get rid of that other ball, because we want to spawn the balls, right? We want to spawn the balls, like a ball rack or something, right? So let's do that.
I guess
So here's the thing. So we are
it wouldn't be that big of a deal, but I don't think
So why don't we create
the
a
ball,
node that handles all of the like ball spawn?
like if I had a constant for the ball radius. it'd probably be actually based off of the ball radius and not like a number that I set. Like it would be like like it would be like get the, like I would probably get the ball radius
I'm gonna call it.
and then set that.
I mean, there's already a thing. It's already a thing.
Probably.
Ball rack. Let's call it ball rack. I think that's cool. People who know will know. All right, so ball rack. And what are we gonna do with the ball rack? We're going to create a ball. Let's
Like,
make a script.
I don't know if.
The script has to.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about the ball radius thing. I feel like if the ball radius was something that I could set that was linked to a few other things, then I would set it. But if the ball radius was linked to more than one thing than just the position of the ball, because if I have to change. If I was going to change it, then that would be something. But I'm not going to change it. And if it was affecting anything other than the position of the ball, yeah, there's no reason to. I can just change it in there. I can just change it in the billiard table. There isn't really any reason for me to have it be available in ball as well. In my head, just in my head. I think it depends. But it's good for me to have a reason or not have a reason. You know what I should have done? I should have taken a break. Cause we did that last time where I did the like 20 minutes of work, 5 minutes of break thing. I did that last time. I didn't do that this time. I'm a little hungry. Almost 10:30. 12:30. I feel like I take breaks, but they're not brain breaks. They're just breaks where I stop doing the tutorial for a minute to think about what the tutorial is doing. So I don't think it counts. Am I streaming right now? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Ooh, somebody's playing Near Replicant. Oh, I want to play Near Replicant. I have it, but I have it on the PlayStation. So that's another thing that's gonna have to wait for a graphics card. Who's streaming on Twitch? I'm sorry. My brain is all over the place. Twitch.tv. Where are you streaming? How long has he been streaming for? Okay, ignore it. Oh, it's muted. We're so back. It's been an hour? Are you serious? Okay. I think they're voting on what to play. Okay. I should have taken a brain break or two. Several brain breaks, but we're so close. Except I had to go back.
Snake case. Ball underscore rack. Not 2 underscores. 3, in fact. No, just 1. Oh my gosh. 1 underscore. Ball rack.g. Okay,
Yeah.
Kill everything because I hate it. And bring it back instantly. Well, what do we need to know about the ball rack? Well, it has to spawn a ball, right? So it needs to be able to access that ball.tscn file that's right here. We can load it in the code, but you know what? It's kind of nice to just load it through a variable that we expose to the editor. So let's do export variable. We'll call it ball tscn. I like that. Because I want to be sure it's not a instance of a ball scene. It is the packed scene that we have right here inside of our file system. So it's ball tscn. And what is it? It's a packed scene. Again, take a beginner tutorial if you want to kind of learn more about that. Now, with ball rack selected, I'm going to drag ball.tscn file. Ball.gd script, ball.tscn file.
Okay, we got that.
This variable that we just created. And we're going to create a ball. and it's going to be inside of the ready function. And where's the ball rack going to be located? So actually, I think, yeah, so the whole ball rack should be located at the foot spot, okay? And we'll assume that that first ball in the triangle is the ball that's right there at 0, 0 of the ball rack. So I don't want the balls to be some offset from the center of the table. I just want them to spawn in place at where the ball rack has been located. So let's set the position. I'm going to say self at position equals billiard table dot. Now you might be like, why are we typing self at position? Can't we just type position? And the answer is yes, but I don't like it because when you like that's just my personal opinion. You see, in fact, right here is already a problem. It should be underscore ball.tscn, and it killed the value variable over here. So actually, thank you for reminding me. I'm thankful to me for that reminder. All right, so yes, this shouldn't be accessed elsewhere. So
I forgot.
But the point is that when you just say position, it just looks so much like a local variable. You can change the color, I think. So that
And this is ball.tscn.
it gets like slightly different shade of gray. It's like a bluish gray. You can update that in like the editor settings if you want. But I don't know. I like it better when I say self-deposition when I'm referring to a property that's built into the nodes that we're here. You know, underscore is very clear that we're talking about a variable, but position doesn't have an underscore, so self-deposition should be clear. So that's going to set the ball rack position at the spot, and we're going to spawn the ball right there at the position of this ball rack. So to create a new ball, we're going to do var new ball. I guess. Well, you know what? We're gonna. I guess I'm doing it all in ready. You know, we might actually in the future have the balls that can spawn and have to create the rack. So it's actually also like more descriptive. Create a function that spawns the balls. I don't know. Call it rack balls.
Respective textures in the code. Yes, I was actually wondering about that.
Just call it ready, and we'll call it elsewhere. We can call it on some kind of signal if, like, you want to re-rack the balls. Let's say that you accidentally on your first shot, you hit the 8 ball in. What are you gonna do? Respawn like all the balls? You can like delete all the balls and respawn them. What if you just want to re-rack them? Right? Maybe you can even have like a little like variable here. I mean, you're not gonna clearly write balls as a parameter, but you know what I mean. To say like whether they should be like re-rack or they should respawn. Whatever. I'm just thinking out loud. Let's rack the balls. Let's start by only one ball. Var new ball. Except not a hyphen because that subtracting doesn't exist. What's the
Okay, and this doesn't exist yet, which is why it's upset at me.
let's do ball.tscn file, and we're gonna do extension.
Oops. I feel like the caffeine is getting to me, but there's no caffeine in this tea that I'm drinking.
And, what are we gonna do?
So why am I? What's going
We're
on?
going to
I knew.
we're gonna set its position. To what? It's already at 0, 0, actually. Well. Oh yeah. Because remember, the foot spot is elevated, so it's not going to go through the ground. So we're fine. 0, 0, 0 is fine. Let's actually just do new ball. Dot.
Instant. What is that?
Not new ball. Let's add the child right there.
What is that?
Self add child. To be clear that we're not like.
What is that? I don't know what that means.
Okay. It's position as 0, 0.
Shut up. Actually, that's rude. Please. Wait. For me. Wait. What? Instant. What? What does that word mean? A big word for Elmo. I just found out where that's from. I found out that Elmo was doing like a cooking segment thing. What's that word mean? Represent as or by an instance. This is What does that mean? Instant. Does what? Wait. Scenes node hierarchy triggers child scene instant. My dog's what? Oh wait, actually, I have an important package. Wait. It was my important package. Yay! Usually they're not like loud. Hold on. Usually I basically miss the package whenever it's something that you have to like sign for. I almost always miss it. Unfortunately. Let me get a snack. I'm just gonna get like a Nutri-Grain bar. Hold on. Okay, where are my headphones? You can probably hear it. Hold on. I'm trying to do it away from the mic. Trying to open it away from the mic. But I haven't I still haven't I still haven't adjusted it, and not gonna lie, my voice is pretty quiet naturally, so I have it set to kind of amplify. Are you serious? I closed my door because the dogs were barking at the FedEx person, and they just opened it. They just pushed it open. So rude. Oh. So I basically have it so that when it does pick up on my voice, it will amplify it so that my voice doesn't sound quiet in comparison to everything else. But because of that, when it picks up on other noises as well, it kind of amplifies those too. So I have to be really careful. We're almost done. And we're still making good time. Let me check. Basically, when we finish the spawning the balls and assigning respective textures in the code, we'll be done for today. Sorry. What flavor of Nutri-Grain bar am I eating? I have strawberry. Strawberry is the only flavor I bought. I didn't buy any other ones. I want to order out so bad. You think I have the money for it? Probably not. Sorry, I know it started picking up a little bit. Checking my funds a little bit, just a little bit. I feel like I can do it. It just depends on my plan. So if I order out today, then I obviously can't order out tomorrow. I need to figure out what we're gonna eat tomorrow. I could probably fry some chicken. Not today. Maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow's Thursday. Then I need to see if we can do a little grocery trip on Saturday. But I want to ask if we can like plan our meals ahead of time. And sort of be like, okay, on this week, we'll aim to eat these things. And then buy stuff based off of that. That's what I want to request. And then that will make it easier for me. Since I'm the one who's most available to cook dinner, it will help me feel a little less pressured to do it when I'm not feeling up to it, or when I'm kind of like busy. Oh, Friday's gonna be pretty busy. What am I gonna do? I have a little project that I need to work on Friday. And I also have a hangout date thing scheduled for Friday as well. Which I might ask them if I can, because it's a game thing. So I might ask if I can record it. Just my gameplay. So that I can use it for these as well. And maybe I'll name them a little better. Excuse me. Sorry, what was I checking? My money. I think I can afford it. Food is important, and I feel like I haven't been getting the nutrition that I need as of late. So I'm gonna order food. What am I gonna order is the question. Well, it's a question, but it's a little rhetorical because I already know what I want. I deeply and desperately crave this, I guess, Peruvian place. They have a shrimp bowl, and I love it. It's like the primary thing I get. Question is, do I get Coca-Cola or Sprite? Coca-Cola or Sprite? I honestly don't think I should drink either. I want ginger ale. I know they have ginger ale, but it's not available on DoorDash. I should get, you know what I should get? I should get Diet Cola. Probably. I kind of want cola, but I don't want like the sugar. I do want the sugar, but I feel like something about it. I think maybe I should cut back on my sugar intake. Like, there isn't anything in particular that's spawning this. I think I kind of just want to get rid of my sugar cravings. We're gonna do Diet Cola, and I'm gonna regret it. I'm gonna do it. Okay. Okay. I did it. I've been feeling a little out of sorts. And usually whenever I feel a little out of sorts, I'm like, it's my kind of default is it has to be my diet. Like, it has to be. And it might not be, but I think that I just need to eat something a little better than I usually do. And will it make me feel better? I don't count. I think the answer is no. But it makes me feel better in other ways. And the shrimp bowl that I buy feels healthy enough. It might not be, but it just feels better, less, more, like less processed, I guess. It doesn't feel like I'm eating, I wanted, the thing that came to mind was something that was grown in a lab, but that's not accurate. That's not what I mean. Like, you know how, at least for the US, it kind of just feels like it's just slop, you know? Like, it's just slop. Especially when it comes to, like, meat things. Like, anything that you buy that's frozen, it's just stuff that's supposed to, like, it's just stuff that's supposed to last in the freezer for a really long time, you know? And it may or may not be beef. It may or may not be. It probably did come from the animal, right? But, like, it feels like a small percentage of it actually came from the animal, you know? And then the things that they feed the animals to and the conditions that they keep them in. I don't watch the documentaries. I don't. But I know that they're out there. And it's atrocious. And because, so basically what I'm getting at is that I eat a lot of processed foods. I eat a lot, like I feel like the Nutri-Grain bar thing that I just ate counts. I eat a lot of like frozen foods. I eat like instant ramen and stuff. For the most part, like that's most of my diet, and it's probably not that good for me. I haven't taken a nutrition class. I'm supposed to. I'm going to take a nutrition class, and we'll see how that goes. Oh, it froze. I didn't expect this to be a general persona. Oh, it's because I have them right underneath each other. Oh, we were listening to the Cafe LeBlanc coffee shop ambience smooth jazz, and then we moved to Iwa Todai dormitory ambiance. That's what we switched to. I didn't know. We're almost done with this playlist. And we'll probably end when my food gets here. I had a specific objective and I already forgot it. Okay. So my food won't get here until like 1 o'clock. So we have like 10 minutes. I'm not eating food on stream. We will end stream when I get my food. So let's try to finish this first. I need to go back because I don't know what he's doing.
Let's create a function that's like spawns the balls. I don't know. Let's call it rack balls. Rack balls.
Oh, this is something exclusive to the PAX scene.
Call it already.
Ooh.
We can call it
Then
some
I'll
kind of
upgrade
signal,
to.
like you want to re-rack the balls. Let's say that you accidentally on your first shot, you hit the 8-ball in. What are you gonna do? Respawn like all the balls? You're gonna like delete all the balls and respawn them? What if you just want to re-rack them? Right? Maybe you can even have like a little like variable here. I mean, you're not gonna literally write false as a parameter, but you know what I mean? To say like whether they should be like re-racked or they should respawn. I don't know. Whatever. I'm just thinking out loud. Let's rack the balls. Let's start by having only one ball. Bear new ball.
Oh, I spelled it wrong. Ooh.
Just trying to subtract things that don't exist. What should the new ball be called? What do you think? Let's do ball dot the ball tscn file, and we're gonna do instantiate.
Instantiate.
A new instance of the ball.
Create. Oh,
And,
that's what it does.
what are we gonna do with the ball? We're going to do something with it. We're gonna set its position. What? It's already at 0, 0. Actually. Well. Oh yeah. Because remember, the foot spot is elevated, so it's not going to go through the ground. So we're fine. 0, 0, 0 is fine. Let's actually just do new ball.
Mm-hmm.
Not new ball. Let's add the child right here, and we're going to self add child. Before we're like adding in something else. Okay. Its position at 0, 0, 0 should actually be fine. I'm just going to put it.
What does add child do? Maybe. Oh, whoa. Shh. I understand. Well, wait. I'm trying to understand. So, first, we're adding a child to ball rack, which is a node 3D. Which is as if, like, it's as if I right click on this, add child node, and then we create a new instance of ball.tcn, which if I go, I'm gonna go into the 3D. If I do this, then that puts a ball here. And if I add it here, then it creates a ball inside a ball rack. Okay. Oh, okay. So every time I run rack balls, it's gonna take a ball from our scene, because we can add as many of these as we want. You know, it just creates a new instance of the ball. So we have ball and ball 2. Yeah, underneath ball rack for this node 3, for this node to control. Oh, okay. I get it. I understand. I get the vibes. Okay, so we're adding a child, and that child is new ball. What's this? This is a lot of energy compared to our last 2 playlists. I hope you guys don't mind. Let me make sure that this needs to be quieter. Thank you. Okay.
Make its position with respect to the ball rack. So let's go ahead and play. There's our other ball, facing the opposite way. Well, that ball is white, and that ball shouldn't be white. So how are we going to do that? Well, see, our new ball, whether you like it or not, as far as I know, there's no way to pass variables in this instantiate. There's no, like, you know, function like scene creates or something.
Okay, I'm distracted. Girl, you might have to go. I'm distracted. But I only know this song. I don't know any of the other songs. Mhm. Okay. You gotta go. Please. Thank you. I'm getting distracted. I can listen to it when it's in other people's playlists, but not for me. Cause I'd be acting like I'm not doing something. Okay. Let me listen.
That and like it accepts variables. Tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure you can. Like it or not, as far as I know, there's no way to pass variables in this instantiate. There's no like, you know, function like scene creates or something like that. Like it accepts variables.
Wait.
Tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure you can. You
Do
can't
we?
pass anything through the instantiate. So the ball, if we want it to have a certain texture, like the 8 ball or the 9 ball or the 10 ball, we can't do it right here inside a rack ball. In fact, I mean, we kind of partially want to do that. This is one of these things where it's like, should the ball rack handle it or should the
Okay.
ball? I think kind of a little of both.
So there's
Okay?
got it.
Because the ball needs to apply the material, right? And having like the rack balls like do all the texture stuff and applying it to materials is, I think, well outside of what this ball rack needs to do. Okay, I mean, it likes balls a lot, but it doesn't need to get that private. You're like, let the ball have some privacy to handle some of its frickin', you know, texture stuff.
That makes sense.
So inside of the ball script, we're going to create a function that's basically like the constructor function for this class, for this scene. And let's call it, I don't know, setup balls. If you want to add a space here, like set up balls, like.
Wait. Shush. Now this is gonna bother me because all my comments are too much. FedEx package. Oh, yeah, I got it. Okay, and then probably I should space these out, right? No reason to. It's fine. Defines the. Okay, this one's too long. Okay, and then give me space. All right, yay! This one is coming. Okay, I slowly fix it as I see them. All right, what are you doing? There's a new function. Okay, what are we doing? We are... I think we're at the point where we're... So in the script, in the ball rack script, when we're racking the ball, like we're putting the balls into their positions, it creates a new instance of ball.tcn, or the ball scene. And then we added a child to, we create a variable which is new ball, and then that new ball is an instance of ball.tcn, and then we put a new ball into the scene, basically, something like that. But I think we do need to differentiate. We need to make sure that all of these balls are different, because they are all different. I don't play pool, but I know that the point system is kind of dependent on which balls you put in there. Like there might be stripes and solids and stuff. Something about the 8-ball too. I don't know. So we have to differentiate them.
Whatever you want. And what information does it need to know? Like what's the maximum amount of information that we feel like the ball rack is any real specific need to know? The ball rack is spawning balls. So the ball rack should know where it's spawning balls. I think that's a very useful thing for the ball rack. Okay. The ball rack needs to know it is going to be the one deciding where the ball is spawning, because it's going to spawn it in a triangle.
Yeah.
And also the ball rack will potentially tell the ball what the number is. The ball rack will figure out what number the ball is. Also there, the ball can the ball's like, oh, that number? I'm going to assign this texture, I'm going to do other stuff that I need to do. Just on that side. So let's do setup balls. Ball. One ball.
Not bad.
It's going to take a ball number. It's going to take a ball position.
Oh, I see.
Call that POS underscore X. Really, it's like ball X. Whoa. Yikes. Toss X, toss Y. I think that's probably good. Ball X.
Probably wouldn't it be Z?
Ball X. Self.position.y. You're like, can you do like a vector tree? A vector tree? What do you want? We're just setting them X and Y because we don't want to mess with the Z. Okay? What else do we need to do? We need to apply that.
In my head, I'm like, isn't it the Z that we're messing with?
The stuff that we're doing on ready, we don't need to do on ready. Because the only time
Hold on. I feel like it's the Y that we don't want to mess with, because the Y is the up down, but the Z will probably be moving that as well. But I'm gonna see. Maybe I should just watch it and see what happens. I'm gonna watch it and see what happens, and then see that if it needs to be different, because I feel like it's the Z that we move, but I might be wrong. I'm gonna watch it and see what happens.
that we're applying a texture is when it's in that triangle. Like 1 through 15, those balls are the only ones we're applying texture. The cue ball doesn't. In fact, this is dumb. The cue ball shouldn't. In fact, I'm glad it didn't crash the thing. Like, the cue ball doesn't need to set its material because it doesn't have. Well, it does. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut this, paste it. I'm gonna pass on the ready.
Okay. Okay, I need to put my thinking cap on. So, defines variable creating a separate material ref with each ball object, right? That's only being done for the other thing. Oh, yeah. Give me a second. Defines a variable creating a separate material ref with each ball object. That's what this is. Var new material equals. So every time you make a ball, .tcn, it lets you set the albedo texture. The material is changed to file within .text. What's it called? Texture. Where is this? This is inside a ball. So Texture empty. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, I understand. The Cuba will always be blank. They are coming down the street. Okay, I guess my food's here. I'll be back again. I think I'm also going to... I'm going to take out something for dinner, so I'll be right back. I just gotta make sure something's defrosting. Okay, hopefully it's defrosted in 6 hours or so. Should be. We're almost done. We got like 10 more minutes in the video, and then I will kick all of you out so that I can eat lunch. Okay. Right. I don't need this. I'll need this. Okay. And then otherwise, I was going to watch to see what he was doing, because I worry that the Y is going to... Well, let me think. Because why is he saying Y and we're not changing the Z? So there's the ball number. So we're going to give it the ball number. And we're going to give it the X position and the Y position. I think the Y position is going to be the same for all of the balls. So I don't think that... I don't see why we would need it. I think it's gonna be Z. I really think it's gonna be Z. So I'm gonna watch.
So it doesn't like do a math, there's no code block. So we have the material. And you know, maybe we are gonna do it inside of Ready. Let's just create a new function so we can do both. Apply new material, and it's more descriptive. Okay, let's apply new material, and that's what this is. And we can call it inside of Ready, and we can call it inside of Setup. This way, like, if you want, and you didn't crash it. So this way, if we want to be able to create a ball just like out of thin air, it's like the texture. We'll take the texture in, expose the editor, and it'll still allow you to test this out all out of thin. Okay, and then the setup, we're going to apply material here as well. But the question is, of course, like, what material are we applying? Well, we're applying the one whose texture property, is this. Okay, well, this depends on someone like dragging that texture from here to that texture property inside of the inspector. Well, as you may have figured out, like, the ball rack's not going to do that, right? The ball rack is just going to pass in a number, and the ball should figure out what texture to apply by a number. So there are a lot of good ways to do this, and there are a lot of dumb ways to do this. For the sake of time, we're going to do we're not going to go into the, like, really into the weeds of, like, some beautiful, elegant system to, like, apply these textures by the ball number. And partially it has to do with the fact that, like, we've been given numbers. So actually what we're going to do, let's go ahead and just rename all of these textures. This is such a hack, but it's not great to, like, depend on this, but it should be fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the ball number that we get from the setup ball function, and we're going to grab the texture based on a number. So the number has to match the JPEG. So I'm actually going to come back over here, and
let me double check something. For Ready, why are we putting it Ready and setup ball? Wait, okay. Apply new material. Defines variable creating a separate material. Which is this new material, and then within material properties change to file referenced in here. And then the ball mesh inside of the ball.tcn material override new material. I guess. I guess. I guess. Okay, I think I'm just missing something here. I fear I am missing something here. Okay, we'll just see.
Let's go ahead and open up that.
Oh yeah, we're renaming right now. That's what we're doing.
7-2 is ball 1, 7-3 is ball 2, 7-4 is ball 3, 7-5 is ball 4. So what? I'm doing it here because doing it here is awful. You can right-click this and choose rename, and then do 1 and enter. It's like, okay, and now if you want to go to the next one, you can't use arrow keys. You can only use tab, click on it, then have to hit F2. But the code editor allows you to just like hit F2 and then 2, and then hit tab, and then check that out. 3, tab, 4, tab.
Okay, he's doing it the right way. I'm not doing it the right way. Unless I want to open the file. Can I open this? Yeah, I don't know how to open this in my files. Rename is F2. 1. Oh, and then it does that too. Okay. 2. I think we're working with 2 different versions of different versions of Godot. So mine is slightly newer. So at least I can hit F2. I can hit F2. But I can't hit tab. And then I'm just double checking before I like name all of them. Four. 5. 6. Actually, I'm just gonna. I don't want to check. 7. F2 8. F2 9. F2. Is it? Yeah. F2 10. How many balls are there? F2 11. F2 12. F2 13. F2 14. To 15. Okay, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. Okay. Cool. So I got it. I got it. Renamed all the textures.
Tab 10, 11, tab 12, 13, tab 14, tab 15. Back to Godot, reloads them, and they're all back in place, and they're all correspond with their number. The black ball is the 8 ball, so already it looks pretty good. So what are we going to set the texture to before we do apply material? This texture is going to have to be, I'm going to set the texture. We're going to use the load function. Load function allows you to grab.
Let me go ahead and just do this. I need material. Okay. I'll also do this because I don't want to get too far behind. Self dot position. X. Yes. Self dot position. Y. Can I spell? Y? Yeah, I can't. Something that my brain goes ahead of the curve for these, for typing, and that's gonna be very detrimental to me. Position dot Y. I think equals ball Y. Is there... So, if I... Can I change it? Undo, cut, copy, paste, select all. No, not the whole code. Indent, unindent, toggle comment, bookmark, uppercase, lowercase, evaluate section, create code region, lookup symbol. Nope. Okay, so that means that if it is a mistake, that I have to edit it in 2 places, but it's only 2 places. It's okay. It's okay.
Resources. And
Oh, he's doing something. Are we lerping again? No, we're loading. Okay, hold on. Find new material. So it's a local function.
I'm going to set where we're gonna get 1.jpg. Let's let it finish the rest instead of 1. Now you can do string interpolation here. I think the string interpolation actually. I'm just gonna. And we're gonna convert the string. Sorry, the call now. Good. Let's
Oh, interesting. Oh, sorry. But, oh, okay. Turn the resource from the file system. Okay. Resource the file system. And there's definitely some more things I should have caught on to. What did we learn today? What did we learn today? There was kind of separating the things that I think that's more in the global variable content thing. In this section, what else did we learn about? What else did we learn about? Loading the ball. No. What did we do? So we were going into. Wait. So we made billiard table, GD rack. This is constants and stuff. And now we're creating a new instance, which I need to do that. And then this is a function that we already have. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna put like a note here because I don't. Function. Actually, func name. What is it for? I think it's snake case. Func name. This does not belong in this playlist. I go to sleep to this. What are you doing? Relaxing music and waves ambiance. That's gonna put me to sleep. Okay, whatever. String param a or first half? I don't know. First half. Just to remember, first half plus variable plus okay. I put that in my notes. This is this is textures. Chill. Interesting. So does it have to be, I guess, does it have to be a string? Wait. Yeah, since it's taking a name, or it's grabbing the name, it has to be a name. It has to be a name. Okay. Or it has to be string. String var. That's what I'll do. String var. I'll have to go back over these, fix them, and clean them up and stuff. Probably, at the very least, I think whenever I'm going back and I need to look over these notes, I'll probably like be able to be like, okay, what am I doing right now? Aiming stick and note system. What the heck? This doesn't make sense. Let me revisit that part of the video. You know?
Characters were at 71. I'm actually gonna dig it into this actually reminded me to statically type all num is pure float lout.
That makes sense. Ball number is an integer. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
All sorts of wonderful areas in there. Alright, so, yeah, and cool. So we're gonna take whatever the texture is when you're add. Whatever it is, touch it. Does this make sense? Alright, I'm gonna come
A
back
little
to,
bit.
Place this in test that. So on Reddit,
Okay. Well, actually, watch the thing.
A new ball. We're not child, but we're gonna press that. It's a new ball. Dot set up. Oh, what was it? Okay. This ball is going to be a ball. So if we type in ball like this, is this going to work? Let's find out. Set up ball. And what's it going to be? So far, it doesn't seem to like it, right? It's like, am I allowed to do this? Is this a scene? Is this a script? The script is actually what is it called? The class name actually refers to the script.
Okay. Let me see. Ooh. Cancel. Trying to comprehend what's going on right now. So ball rack. Okay, I do have a class name for it already, because even though I didn't use the radius of the ball.
Scene. So it's like, are we allowed to do that? Let's find out. Let's do the 8 ball, and let's set it at 0, which is, right there at the good spot.
Okay, setup ball. I feel like I've been pretty on top of it this entire time. I'm like, oh, this is when it starts to get confusing. Because I guess it's because now that we have multiple scripts, like multiple like files and stuff interacting with each other, I think that's why it's starting to get like confusing and harder to track for me. Rack balls. So this is creating a new instance of ball.tcn. Or not ball.tcn, but ball.tcn. Which is ball.tcn. And then interesting. I don't think I understand what's going on here right now. So it's limiting it to that. And then new ball, which is our variable. Set up. Okay, so now we have access to setup ball, which is inside of ball.gd. Yeah, interesting. Okay. And then we have ball number is 8, which it's nice that it tells us ball number 8. And then ball x, which is, we'll just go based off of what he does. 0.0. Okay.
Hit play, it's gonna get mad. It's gonna be like, you can't set up ball on rigid body 3D ball. It's like, okay, I guess not. So I can't do that.
Okay.
Now,
So how are you gonna do it?
This type of thing is one of these types of things where it's like, if you're a beginner and you're still trying to figure out static typing stuff, sometimes it helps to just kind of like start typing stuff. Like, well, can I say as ball? Does this work? And now when I hit run, you're gonna see, no, it's mad at me, because it's gonna say like non-existent function setup ball in base rigid body of ball. Okay, so I can't do that either, because it's paul.tscn file. So even though technically it's a ball, the problem is that the scene is not a ball. The scene is a rigid body.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
I feel like this is like some kind of standardized test right now. The script is a ball. The scene is a rigid body. See, so it doesn't really quite work the way you want it to. But that rigid body happens to have a script on it that has a setup ball function.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, okay, this is kind of confusing. It says, okay, well, it's still not working. Like, why isn't it working? Okay. All right. Oh my gosh. Stretch for a second. So we have to deal with these types of issues sometimes. Okay. Actually,
Hmm.
this should work because the ball does have the script on it that has a setup ball function. So now I'm actually see you can start to see like my energy is fading. Let's close this out. The ball script,
Hmm.
guys. Setup ball is not supposed to be internal. Setup ball is supposed to be public.
Oh.
Ball rack, and I made the assumption.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and play it. Okay, now it works.
Now it works.
Very good. Now it dies.
Oh, oh, so interesting. So interesting. Okay. So, ball set up ball is supposed to be a public function, and we messed up because we treated it like it was a private function. Got it. Okay. Okay. So what's the difference between? Okay. Guess a. Right. I guess don't. I'll reformat this. Forget the difference between private and public functions. Private things are called within their native script and are written as underscore private parentheses that. Well, I don't have to add that. Public funcs are used outside of their parent native script and are written as okay. Public okay. Don't forget the difference between private and public functions. And then just a little clarifier. I guess know your intentions as early as possible. Exclamation mark. Okay. And then I'll fix it later. Wait. 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 Set up ball rack. Set up ball. Okay, I don't, my thing isn't written the same way. New ball. Underscore ball.ccn private. New ball set up. Oh, if I run it, I don't have an issue. Oh. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Does that make sense?
No. It doesn't.
Okay. So now if I do as ball, it's not gonna crash at me. Is it gonna work? Okay, good. It works. Whew. It did allow me to convert the rigid body to ball because the rigid body itself is a ball now. Okay. Because of the script. All right. That's what our script
What did he
allows us to
originally do?
both
Oh,
a
I'd still
body
have it as
and a ball.
ball.
See?
So you can do either or.
Ball. And a rigid body. Whew. Very cool. Now, fortunately, the fun thing here to do with this setup ball is now, hopefully, it does give me tooltips. Since it knows that it's a ball. See, 8, ball num, 0, 0. Very cool. Good. That behaves exactly how I want it to. Very good. So now we have this new ball, setup ball, and it's the 8 ball, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I got so distracted that I didn't even notice. It happens to the best of us, folks. Like, you start to forget like your own name at a certain point. And it works. Hey, cool, it's an 8 ball. So now what we want to do is we want to spawn more of the balls. Right? We have the balls, we have the ability to spawn a ball by number. So if I do 1, then it should give me the yellow ball, right? Yes. Good. Yellow ball. Boom. There it is. We want to spawn all the rest of them now. Rack balls allows us to do that. So what I want to do is I'm going to loop through. I'm not going to be like, ball 1, ball 2, ball... No, I'm just going to create a loop for it. For an I in the number of balls we want to spawn. 15.
15.
So this is a cool shorthand in GD script that allows me to effectively... oh, yeah. Well, we can't do it here. Where it's going to go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, blah, 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 all the way to 15. Right? So if I type I here, it's actually going to be problematic. Because, well, it's not going to be totally problematic. It'll be slightly problematic. This will be fun. They're all going to try to spawn in the same position. What is the physics engine going to do with it? Okay, some of them died. Some of them are there. Right? Some of them went probably through the floor. But notice how there's a white ball in there. It's like, why is there a white ball in there? Why is that at the top? Conspicuously. That was fun. I love it. Look, it's full. We did it.
Oh, because I know it. Don't say it. Because it starts at 0. It starts at 0. So it does 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 until 15, which is actually 14, I think.
Oh my gosh, can you imagine?
That's usually how it works.
The problem is that it starts at 0. And there's no balls.
Yeah, I did it. I know. I know the vibes.
2 balls, ball 0. So I'm going to do +1, I + 1. So it's going to be 1 through, and then it goes to 14, but it's actually 15 because I + 1 is 14. Okay, good. Now it starts at the yellow ball at the top, and then it's the blue, and it's the red. Okay, and those are all solid balls. And then at a certain point, like, it runs out of balls because it probably went through the floor.
Oh,
very good. So this is cool. It worked. We were able to spawn a bunch of balls at once, 15 of them, right? I guess. But they aren't spawning in the shape of a triangle at all. Okay, and also they're not spawning randomly. Let's fix that because that's actually easier. So notice how it always starts with the white ball at the top and the blue ball. You know, let's spawn them in a random order. So one way we can do that is let's create an array called ball nums. And we're going to set it like walrus equal to an array that goes from 1 through 15. And you can try to like, okay, well, do I make like a blank array and then this I in 15, like then, you know, add like append to the array or like, you know, add to the array, let's say. I actually don't remember all the...
okay. Wait, this is the end. All right. This is the end. Let me head over to what's it called? Oh, we're gonna head to the thing. My chatting screen. and I'm gonna go to my YouTube. I don't have to do it in a separate tab this time. We're gonna come back to the playlist from earlier. Ooh. History. This one. Please. Thank you. Alright. Yay, I finished my goal, which is to get through the 5th hour. I need to clean up my code and my, what is it? And my notes desperately. In desperate need of doing that. But I will do that next week. Not on stream. Probably. Hopefully we're playing Pathologic next week. Cause I don't think we're gonna have 2 streams this week. I think it's just gonna be the one, since I'm busy. Or if I do a stream, then it has to be tomorrow. But if I do something, I don't think I can play Pathologic. Depending on how I manage my time. Which isn't bad today, but eating lunch at 2 was not ideal. As I always get caught up in work. But what did I do today? So I explained everything at the beginning. I'm not going to explain everything now. But we put some script in Ball. Well, okay. This isn't about what we did. It's about what I learned. So I guess it was like a reestablishing what needs to be in the play system and what doesn't. What should just be separated from each other and what shouldn't be. Like the position of the balls, since that's relative to where the what's it called, sits anyways, should just be in the billiard table scene, if that makes sense. And then that's for the cue ball, I think. Billiard table sets the head spot and the foot spot, and that's it. Billiard table knows where head and foot spot are. And then it tells the play system where the head spot is, because the cue ball needs to know where the head spot is. Okay. And then that's it. So we didn't need I guess when he refers to a singleton, I'm assuming that's like making a new node or a new script or something just to hold on to these values. And because we do technically have kind of like a global, like we have the game events value thing, which is only holding on to the signal. So it's like, oh, you could just put it in there since it doesn't have a whole lot in there. But then that's when organization gets a little messy. People need to be able to find things. So it needs to make sense to somebody who is just touching the project for the first time. And they need to be able to follow your logic, I think. So the cue ball needs to know where the head spot is. So we grab that and we just set the cue ball's position to that. Okay. And then we made the ball rack, which is its own entity. But that is going to do a few things, which is, I guess that's why it's okay for it to be its own thing. Cause like, the billiard table is not spawning anything. It's just being there. We'll just let it be there. The play system, where the balls spawn, especially if it's not the cue ball, it does not matter to the play system. So it doesn't need to keep track of all that stuff. And and then ball is connected to all of the balls, so that is the cue ball and all of the other ones. So we can't put too much stuff in there, or else we're probably gonna mess with the cue ball, which only needs to move. But we did go into the ball and put some stuff in there. So now the ball can, we put the ability to apply a new material as a function that we can call inside to just make things a bit more seamless, a bit easier to move around. Because I think the way I'm understanding it is that when you're programming or when you're coding anything, it needs to be modular. Let me make sure I know what that word means. Modular. Definition. Modular, employing or having or involving a module or modules as the basis of design or construction. That doesn't wait. Relating to an educational course design as a series of independent units of study that can be combined in a number of ways. So I guess combining those two, like a module is, I'm thinking of a module as an independent unit that can be combined in with other modules, right? So I think when you're programming, I think for game programming and for Godot, it's kind of an object-oriented thing. It might be, I'm only vaguely familiar with object-oriented programming. It needs to be modular. You need to have a module that works, and then other modules that may or may not work, so that you can kind of just flip them. It's like flipping switches. Like it makes it easier when you make a mistake, so that when you make that mistake, it doesn't destroy everything. So inside of the ball, we have that function, which does that. In order to make things a little easier. And then we have another function called setup ball, which is called in ball rack. In rack balls. So I should make sure, I think I'm gonna make sure I add that. Setup ball, I think, is being called in here. Okay. Okay, setup ball is called in ball rack. Or should I say called or used? I think call works. I think it's okay. Setup ball is being called in ball rack. And whenever ball rack calls it, it sets the position. It sets the position, the X and Y position of the ball, which we don't know what the ball is yet, and it loads the texture in, so it changes the value of this. Oh, sorry, you can't see it. Hi. You can't see it anyways because it's behind the thing. Girl. Window capture. Okay. There's a thing right here. This thing right here where I'm hovering my cursor. It changes this to one of the files. This is assets/textures and then a number. Right. Okay, and the ball only really needs to do that. It needs to it needs to know where it is. Yeah, a ball in the game, it needs to know where it is and what it looks like, and that's it. So that's what's limited to. What? Why are we playing with me? I'm trying to save. And then the ball rack, it handles spawning the balls themselves. So the ball rack, the ball needs to know where it is and what it looks like, and then the ball rack is telling the ball where it is and what it looks like. So I guess it's just reinforcing the idea of like how to separate these things, how to separate all of these different objectives. No, it's only 2. I should check the door just in case. No, I'll be fine. I'm about to end. And they're only barking for a little bit, so whoever's doing whatever they're doing outside is not doing it that close to our house, I fear. Yeah, it just reinforces where things go, how to communicate between different systems. Global values is class constants and spawning the balls, which kind of takes some of that stuff. Okay, I feel like I understand things. And I also need to go back over my notes. But who knows when I'll do that, TBH. I'll go over them one day, or I'll suffer the consequences of them not being that readable. One of the two. All right. I got what I was doing, what I was supposed to do, done. Hopefully, if you were working alongside me, hopefully you got your work done as well, or you made good progress. I know I always have the habit of setting a goal that isn't really realistic for like what I should be able to expect myself to do in a certain amount of time. So I imagine that it's probably similar for a lot of other people, where like, yeah, you set that goal, you know what you're gonna do today, but it's like climb the entirety of Mount Everest in 2 hours. So sometimes I feel like I set goals like that. So hope if your goal was realistic, I hope that you got done what you set out to get done in the amount of time. And then if your goal was a little out of your scope, a little outside of what was possible, I hope that you still made a good amount of progress. I feel like even just having a better idea of what to do, it still counts as progress. So I hope that things went well on that end. And I hope that I was able to, I didn't distract too much. Or maybe if you were paying attention, you learned something. Or if not something about Godot, you learned something about something. Something about literally anything. I don't know. I hope this was an enriching experience to some extent. In some direction. I don't know. If you're watching this live and want to see the VOD, it will be uploaded to YouTube. If you are watching this on YouTube and you want to catch the live streams, I'm streaming on Twitch. The @ is like Musadora. For Twitch, it's Musadora on Mars, just point blank. No spaces, everything's lowercase. And then for YouTube, It's like Musadora VODs or something. It's probably harder to find for people who aren't me. But it's linked. Everything's linked somewhere. So if you really if you really want to find it, you will be able to find it. Musadora's Memories. Musadora '(S) Memories is the title of the YouTube channel. Something that I've been wanting to do this for a little while, but I wanted to give like, I don't have any intention on rating anybody on Twitch. Not for a long time, or on YouTube or anything. But if you are live on Twitch with me, I think if I were to recommend anybody to go check out afterwards, it would be PCAT, I think. Let me see. Do I wanna? Yeah, we'll go back to studying, and then my browser. Not my browser, my whole thing. Oh my god. You've seen it before. But I was still like, oh, that's not good. What do I do? Studio mode. Studying. Window capture, display capture. I need to undo that. Girl, I don't know. I'd be better off just taking a picture. TBH. PCAT is currently live on Twitch. I'm taking a screenshot, and that's what we're gonna look at, so that you know who I'm talking about. So my screenshots are impossible to interpret. Set me free. There they are. Okay. PCAT is live on Twitch. If you're live on Twitch with me, this is my recommendation. I don't watch them that often, but it's another, like, I guess if you're trying to get work done, this is a good direction to go in. And it looks like they're studying perspective, which is cool. I should watch, actually. But I gotta get other work done or something, or go relax for a minute. But hopefully, wait, I'm sorry, I'm still working on the ending. I need to write a note on like how to end my streams. Thank you for spending time with me. Time is a very valuable thing, and I'm grateful that you decided to spare it on me right now, whenever you're doing that. This stream was a lot longer than it was supposed to, so extra special double thank you. I'll go ahead and head out, but have a good rest of your day and whatnot. Bye bye.